Okay, so we're looking at identifying that trend. We made a high, we made a lower high, which is right here if I'm just taking a look at SPY. But by the way, this is for any of your tickers that you're looking at. And then now, are we on our way to make another lower high? And if that's the case, right, because we made a high, a low, a lower high, a lower low, a lower high, we're going to make a lower low. You see how the trend works? So that can either help you, keep your profits. You could put a trail stop on your profits. You can add to your position when you do a retracement. And so that typically will help you. Now, looking at the cues here, this will be interesting to see if this can actually make it up here. I doubt it, but we'll see what takes place here. But as of right now, we're definitely in a downtrend. We are trending, and hopefully, and typically speaking, you're gonna, unless there's another news event or something, the progress of this gets a little slower and a little slower. So keep that in mind as you're looking at your profits and wondering if you should take them or not. I always tell you to take your profits. So I see a lot of new people in our Discord. Thanks for coming. We're just live streaming to show you about trading on a 5-minute chart if you're not used to it, why we do it. Hopefully by just watching us, you don't have to trade with us. You could just watch us and learn how you can maybe handle a longer trade if you're not used to it. And then, of course, knowing how trends work will help you identify. You don't have to be in FOMO. You could wait for a retracement and then enter a position, or you can add to an existing position if you were just testing something out. So these are, very important lessons to learn as a trader as you move away from a 1-minute chart to a longer term trade, like an intraday trade. So for our subscribers, we do have an intraday blueprint. If you haven't seen it, please go to our Trade Academy. It's in there, as well as with our indicators. This is actually just one of 3 indicators that we have that are custom created for Trading Made Simple. This one is called the bullseye, and a lot of people like targets and they like stop losses identified. So that's what this is all about. But we also have a wave indicator that's more of an oscillator that sits down below. We're getting that prepared for TradingView as well. And then we have a dynamic watch list. And that dynamic watch list basically identifies anything that's on your watch list. It'll identify on any time period if it's getting a fresh buy, a stale long, as an example, or a fresh long. And so this can help you if you like multiple time periods to use Confluence in your trading as you become more advanced. Sometimes we get overwhelmed with making decisions, and then you become paralyzed by all the information that's coming at you if you're listening to news and squawks and 5 other discords. So sometimes just being able to see something and reacting to it ends up being, I know for myself, because I am detail oriented and I do like to analyze information, it's just the way my brain works, that I can analyze and then reanalyze what I just said or what I just analyzed. So I can get down that rabbit hole real quick. So it's important for me to be able to visually see something and make a decision. It needs to be, that quick. And that typically ends up being my best trading days, is when I just quickly make a decision. So I recognize that there's probably a lot of people out there that are similar to me. Hence, these indicators just help you to get 3 items of confluence all in one so that it gives you confidence to get into that trade. And really, that's all about a trend, which is ADX over 25, an EMA breakdown or breakout, as well as momentum. Those 3 things seem pretty important to the trading world. So having those in an indicator can help you. Okay, this level of 445, who was it? Patel, are you in here today? Your 445 just hit, baby. You've been talking about that all last week. Oh gosh. You need to have your own channel in our Discord. That's it. You're hired. Oh. Nick Patel is not here today. Really? That's funny. Okay, guys. So as you can see on a 5-minute chart, you know, waiting for basically to see now, we've made now a lower high. Is this going to continue to be a lower low? It actually looks like we're stabilizing here. Another good thing to identify. That's why it's so important, like when you make profits, to take them, because price is going to revert. And when people start taking their profits, it drives the market higher. So just something to take into consideration. So thank you, Kevin G, talking about gamma. If you're not familiar with gamma, gamma really is about the market makers hedging. They have to take in all these trades, and their job is just to make money from the spread, the bid and the ask price. So what ended up happening is, So thank you, Kevin G, talking about gamma. If you're not familiar with gamma, gamma really is about the market makers hedging. They have to take in. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm so terrible with technology. Anyway, I might have to hire somebody to help me. Anyway, so the market makers, what they do is they got to hedge their positions, and they do that by buying ETFs, such as SPY and QQQ, or all the other tickers, and they sell puts. So they buy the stock, they sell puts, and that's how they hedge their trades that they're all taking in, so that they can be delta neutral, is what that's called. And so, as technology, gets smarter and smarter, we're able to identify, just like option flow did, where big institutions are putting their money. This technology now is allowing us to see where the hedge is for the market makers, and that's called gamma and JAX. So Kevin was saying that SPY's gamma is 445, meaning that that's where the market makers are hedging, is that level right there. And so that level is the level that we're bouncing off of. It acts as support. And for QQQ, it's 370. So look how, it's a magnet for that price. Now, the interesting thing about gamma, it's dynamic. So as those bets are being, I say bets, but as those trades are being taken in, the market makers, the computers automatically are doing the appropriate calculation for the market makers to automatically buy the stock and sell the puts. So if you have this tool, we have it in our Discord, you can check any ticker that you want to identify where support and resistance is, as well as point of control. And so this makes, what does this do? Well, it gives you a sense of, again, confidence. If you're sitting here, as an example, praying that the market is going to go lower, praying is not going to get you anywhere when it comes to trading. And so having these types of tools help you identify when you should take your money and run. And this might be that, right? So something to take in consideration. As you can see, the pattern now we're going to go to candlesticks. So we talked about market makers, and now we talk about candlesticks. And so we made a low and then a lower low. And now we actually, on SPY, that last candle just broke above its low. All you got to do is look left. And when you see that it breaks the previous low, then your trend is changing. We could have a break in trend here, a reversal. So the next level we're looking at for SPY, as an example, is, and that's the chart on your left, is the 20 EMA, because that acts as the mean, reversion to the mean. So if we break above that 20 EMA, which is that blue line, we could start to see a trend change, at least for a period of time, right? Unfortunately, in trading, though, if you were in a put and you didn't take any profits, you're unfortunately going to be losing all of your profits here. So recognizing where the gamma wall is, recognizing what a candle pattern looks like for a reversal, or just how a trend looks like, so that you know that if a candle surpasses the previous candle, your trend is changing. That could help you take profits if you're not using an indicator to help you. I certainly hope you'll use automation. I think automation is key in taking profits, one of those aha moments. So we'll see if we go sideways for a while, because, you know, it takes a while to turn the bus around, is what I call it. So you got a speeding bus going down on SPY, right? For the first half an hour, pumping the brakes, keeps going down, pumping the brakes. And now, you know, it kind of takes a while to crank the wheel, turn the trend around. So that's my analogy for what's happening right now. Any questions? So depending on the orders that are coming in, we may see gamma go lower. We may see just, you know, price fall through the floor and gamma have to catch up to it. But just some of the tools that are available that to you that can help you. Thank you for bringing that up. It's amazing, like all the topics that we can actually cover, just, you know, in particular, just watching price, and really have thought about it. I actually think sometimes I feel so resentment about it. Jim was saying that, you know, it can help solidify what you see each and every day and when you make decisions on things that are new. That over time just becoming neat to you because you're watching price action so much. So nice to be able to verbalize it, but it's helping us and take a break and see it. So. So as we start to talk about a trend, you can see on here that we made a, let's just go through here really quick. Try to be more. So we made a high, we made a lower high and a lower high. And you could see how steep this was if we take one point and match it with another. And you can see that we're kind of breaking that. Now, we haven't broken above that previous high here, but you can start to identify, right, that we may end up getting a trend change. You could see how this low and this low, I mean, you know, when we probably a lower low visually, so you could like really see it. Like here's a good one on the Qs. You have a low here, just look to your left. That's all you got to do. And then here's your low. So that's significant enough to visually identify. Here, this could almost be thought of as a double bottom. I mean, it's pretty dang close. So when we, you know, start to identify that, we can then take hope out of the equation, right? Because now we have a possible double bottom here. The trend now is not going as steep as it was going on SPY. We're getting close to the 20. And as we discussed this morning, the 20 is the mean, right? And so if we break above that mean, then our next level of analysis is a double top. And of course, all the while, you know, it could go sideways at the 20, it could go sideways at the double top. You know, it takes a while, especially when you're looking more, you're filtering out the noise by looking at a 5-minute chart. You also get to participate in a trade longer. And you can see that the Qs are definitely still in a nice downtrend here. And if we were to make if we were to take a trend line here. That's funny. I'm definitely more versed with ThinkorSwim, but I will get it. We all have to try new tricks here. All right, so if we take this trend line here, let's see if it acts as resistance and keeps on going for the Qs, or let's see here, or, you know, it might break above it and get closer to the 20. You can see that SPY is definitely recovering, I would say, a little bit better than the Qs are. So just keep that in mind if you're looking at tickers that are in the QQQ. That's really kind of how you want to use this. Now here we have SPY and the Qs, you know, just so we can show you an example. And a lot of people like to, you know, just trade SPY and QQQ, and that's fine. But, you know, if you were trading something that was in the Qs, you would, you know, want that ticker over here and then visually identify the Qs. Or just like this, you could just identify both the SPY and the QQQ and the ticker that you're trading. You know, that should really help you as well. And the whole purpose of me saying that is because if the two are working together, then the market is going to go one way together. You know, it's going to have more force, it's going to have more trend, it's going to allow you to make more money. But if the SPY is going up and the Qs are going down, they work against each other. And that typically creates a lot of chop in the market. So if you can get two of these indices to line up like we did this morning, you could take a real healthy trade. And then, you know, throw in some identification of how a trend looks so that you're not shaken out of your position. Or if you have FOMO and you missed the initial entry, you're just waiting for the retracement so that you can, you're waiting for the retracement so that you can enter a position and or add to a position. That's what traders do, is add to an existing position that they were into. Okay, so that's where we're at right now. We also talked about gamma today. Gamma is about market makers hedging their positions. And if you're able to pull up gamma like you are in our Discord, you could easily see, you know, where support and resistance is. And one of our members here in our Discord was, you know, identifying that we had hit, sorry about the bells, guys. We were hitting support for SPY as well as QQQ. And it was just like right on cue when we stopped and started to kind of reverse. And though, you know, we went a tad bit lower, gamma also is dynamic. And so being able to check that along with your positions can help, as well as, you know, I hope you develop a strategy. If you know where support is for a certain ticker, then you could just place a buy order right there. I mean, you don't even have to put an alert, just, you know, and if it gets hit in a week, it gets hit. That's something to take into consideration, right? As well as resistance, by the way. So you could see now SPY is not trending, which means ADX is below 25. The Qs are still trending, but, you know, still basically in a downtrend, and it takes a while to turn the bus around. So we may be going sideways here for a while, and you could see why people often say that, you know, after the first couple hours of the morning, people walk away from their computers because it's doing this. So if you have some automation skills and you can automate your orders to exit with a trail stop or with resistance or support, then you're ahead of the game. So if you have any questions, let me know. Let me take a quick look here. Oh, well, we got a big group of people here today. Thank you guys for coming to check us out. Hopefully this is helpful. A couple people I haven't seen: Cash Monkey M8, Charity, welcome back, Darak. Loanne, good to see you again. Lobo, Luigi. Mini Muscle Assassin, that's cute. Hello, hello. Oswald, good to see you. Todd's Money, hope you have some money or made some money this morning. All right. Now remember, you know, I'm in the background. We talk about, you know, things as they happen real time. You could see how the Qs now are breaking that little trend line like SPY did, right? But it's still real on it. And, you know, oftentimes when we talk about candle structure, we really have to, you know, wait till the candle's done forming, but certainly can give you an early indication that we may be on a possible repair job. Market makers love to do that. They'd like to get all the shorts out so they could reshort the market. So just take that. That's always my joke, by the way. You know? And the market makers, you know, they create supply and demand, right? So in certain areas. And so I always think it's funny when they're trying to get everybody out of their shorts so they can reshort it. So Wouldn't be a surprise if we broke through the 20, which is our reversion to the mean. That's the blue squiggly line, not the trend line. Should make that a different color. And then see if we can get a trend change here. And by the way, typically speaking, when we do reverse, right? When we do a reversal, it's typically about 50%. So, however, if we start breaking the previous lower high, then, that's just confirmation that we got a trend change going on. I feel pretty confident right now with SPY we do. But the confirmation of that is going to be when we get to the double top here. Just look to your left on SPY. This would be right here. So if we break above this, so we're breaking above the 20 right now, which is your first line of defense. The first line was actually this high or the trend line. And then now you're breaking above the 20. If you look left, you have this high. So as we start breaking all these steps, please don't be sitting in a position with a lot of hope, because each one of these is giving you confirmation things are changing. And so that doesn't mean though that it can't do a double top right up here as an example and come right back down and make a lower low. That would be fabulous. But you don't want to lose all your profits as this goes all the way up. Because you can always get back in, right, guys? I mean, if you were to exit here, could you re-enter if we got here? Sure. I mean, I often tell newer traders that, like, don't be scared to exit with profit and get back in. So something to take in consideration. And if you have any questions, please ask. I know I'm streaming this on YouTube, but there's a delay on YouTube. So if you can hear me on YouTube, if you want to come to the free Discord and watch it, then it's real time, no lag. A minute can make all the difference in the world. So let's just really talk about this candle pattern right here. So what ended up happening, as we discussed, it passed this lower high here, and it came up to here, basically making a double top, and now coming back down. Now, oftentimes it'll come back down and then do a double bottom. And what it's doing is that price is just testing. It's testing its strength to break resistance, and it's also testing its support. So looking, basically here now, whenever you see this M type of a pattern, we're looking to see if we're going to do a double bottom here, or if it's going to break the bottom and make a lower low. Then the trend starts to continue. Wouldn't be surprised if I extended this trend line out, right? If it came close to here and then made an attempt, right, to turn that bus around, but we'll see. We'll see if it breaks down here. Looking good for a continuation to the downside right now. And so you know where your levels are at, right? If we talk about a double bottom, then what's your target? It's right about here, 445. And I would do it right before it bounces. So 445.40, I would take my profits right about there. Because you know that as soon as it comes to resistance, it's kind of like hang around. And when it hangs around, you don't get as much premium as if you would have closed your position on the way to the target. You always get more money on the way to the target versus hanging around as prices vacillating, to see what it's going to do. And then, of course, if it breaks that double bottom, you can re-enter a new position. And by the way, on the Qs, we've been to target 8 before. So coming back to target 8. We actually had more targets on SPY. The problem is SPY's not trending. And so our indicator doesn't pop up until SPY trends. And so that's why we had all this movement and this was not flagged. And it wasn't until it got, basically here that this finally turned on. And as you can see right now, it's not turning on for SPY. It is for the Qs. And for right now, this, is in a, basically a range bound. This is in a range right here. So we'll see if that continues. Because we're coming up to lunch hour. If you have any questions, just let me know and I will be back. Okay, not sure if you can visualize if you take out that trend line. If you can visualize and take out that trend line, you can kind of see on the Qs that we're making a double bottom on the Qs here. So, you know, this low, right, is matching this low. So we're testing it. So this is an area of test. So either we bounce and continue higher, or we break below. Right now, it's looking like we're going to be bouncing. And at the same time, you know, SPY is looking interesting only because if you can see how the EMA was going in a downward fashion. And then now what's it doing? It's making a U-turn. You see how it's leveling off right here? So if you can visually see that, I think the other identifier as well is that if this doesn't continue to go lower, then that is actually a higher low than here, right? You only have to look left. This would be our double bottom. This would be our higher low. So what ends up happening from here, guys? If we pass this little area right here, then we make a higher high. It's funny, it kind of sounds easy when I say it like that, huh? Is it too late to take your QQQ trade from yesterday? Briggs, that's interesting. You know, price it out and see if it's if it's reasonable to you. I gave two options. I gave a inexpensive one. It was $16 yesterday to make about 150. And then we also took a $100 one to make $430, I think. So check that out. Create it and then price it and then see if it looks good to you. You know, we're at like the 28% profit range. We have a lot more room to go. It'd be awesome if, you know, price just kind of stayed sideways to lower. It'll be interesting to see in the next couple of days. I'm really not sure, but we should get a better sense today. And then when you're thinking, hello, angel of redemption, when you're thinking, oh, when am I thinking the Trading View Bullseye indicator will be available? Okay, so right now we're at baseline with how we wanted to operate with the updates versus what we had done with the ThinkorSwim one. So right now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be adding additional targets because there's been a lot of times, and it's probably because we have it set to 1 ATR, but there's a lot of times we bypass those 9 targets. So we're going to add some more. And then the other thing is we're doing an optimization process. I guess there's some software out there that you can run it and then optimize the calculation on the code to bring better results. So that's kind of cool. That wasn't available 2 years ago, just to show you the technology and how quickly I'm not a coder, but for coders that can utilize, I just think this stuff up and then I have the really smart people that can put it together. So I'm estimating 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks to a month, I'm hoping. So we'll see about that. But when they are available on TradingView, they'll be available to either purchase or lease with a subscription. Yeah, check that out, Briggs, and see. It shouldn't be that much more expensive, I don't think. But really looking to see what the flavor of the entire day looks like. It seems like we just keep getting bad news every day, but I'll have to check and see what the longer term SPY looks like, the longer term QQQs. I think the SPY is still in an uptrend on a daily chart. Yeah, that looks like on SPY right now, a higher low as referenced. So doesn't mean we won't, break down later. It just helps you to keep track of where you're at so that, you know, uh, you can just make better informed decisions in your trading. And remember that if we're just in a range, like let me just, point something out to you. If you're narrow visioned on just candles, as soon as we hit this low area, you can see that we've been in a range right here. We haven't really created a trend in this area right here. So knowing that, right, can allow you to then either create a trade here as an example, or here as an example to break the trade, or to get into one, right? Or the other thing that you can do is that you could recognize now that this is support and this is resistance. So you would, you know, buy your support level and sell your resistance level. It's very small. I personally would not trade that size, but maybe if you were on SPX, or let's take a look at the Qs, might be a little bit better, or some other ticker, right? All these lessons that we're talking about, they work for other tickers, not just the two that we're looking at here. So just something to take into consideration when you start thinking about entering a trade. Is this a range bound trade for support and resistance trading? Or is this more of a momentum break trade like we had this morning? That's what this was. We like momentum trades. All right, I'll be back. Okay, decision point here, right? Double top. Is this going to be a breakout? And you can see that they're moving in unison, by the way. However, not a lot of trend there. ADX is below 25, so we don't have the trending label. However, let's see if this is a double top on both. I like that they're mirroring each other. This is very important with or without an indicator. The fact that they look exactly the same is a positive when you're looking to take a trade. So we're looking to see if this is a breakout, double top, or if it's going to come back into its range. So we did make a new high, guys, right? So this, you just look left. This was our last high. And so we actually broke through that range. So that's actually pretty nice. And then also we broke this range as well. What does that tell us? Well, first of all, it makes us more aware of what's happening with price, right? The bus is turning around. You look at the EMA, it's turning around. And so you can see that this trend line, right? And I'm not a, expert draw of lines person. You could see how this, should it be a surprise that it, that's why sometimes people get, really stressed out about drawing a trend line or identifying support and resistance. These are like very simple items. Once you get the concept down, then you recognize that these areas are zones and they're not like, specific to the T as far as the exact 1 penny of it. So as we could see, we did break through this previous high on the Qs. Let's see if we can hold that, or I'm looking at really this 20 EMA to hold as support as well. And so you either have this double top as holding a support, or you have the EMA as holding a support. And so I would have actually thought that this would be more in a range for a while, but maybe it will be. And so it's a decision point right now. We haven't really talked about decision points, but you have the first part of the morning, right? The first hour and a half, first 90 minutes or so is the open, where you could take advantage of a trade like this, right? And then you have, what do we have? Well, we have the mid-morning reversal. And what time is that, guys? That's at 10:15, 10:30 Eastern Standard. Now, I just want to show you something. If we get to 10:15, 10:30, right here, and where do we have the reversal? Right here. And not only does it just start to reverse, it does the double bottom, and now we're in a reversal trend. So important to note when trading these important times, right? 10:15, 10:30, you could write that down. I used to have to put that on an alarm each day. Next is lunchtime. Now, lunchtime, you're typically going to see a sentiment change or just sideways action. And so at about 1:30 is our next decision point. Excuse me, 11:30 is the Eastern, is London market's closing. Europe and London market closes at 11:15. So let's look at that real quick while we're here, see if we can see any real difference. Here's 11:30 is when those markets close. And now we're at lunch. So we may end up at lunch just either going sideways or continuing to go up if there's not a ton of selling. And then at another decision point will be at 1:15, 1:30. Either the sentiment changes or there's a continuation of the current sentiment at lunch. So we'll see if that happens. And then, of course, there's power hour. If you have questions, just post them. interesting how the trending, the trending labels were not on for the SPY. So the trending labels came on as well as for the QQQs. So this is really showing momentum as well as I like the mirroring of both of the indices together. It just may end up moving a lot slower because there's just not as much of an audience during lunchtime. But let's see what happens, right? This is a brand new buy signal. You could set your stop loss for what's indicated and give it a try or put a trail stop on there. That's the beauty of automation and or utilizing targets if you get apprehensive about recognizing what your risk level is. So getting a new buy here at lunchtime. Oftentimes lunchtime is non-directional or sideways. So this may be interesting just because they lined up so perfectly today. We have not seen that happen, but we'll see if this ends up breaking down or if this is a continuation. So who's still in this trade? Anybody? Did you have diamond hands? Were you able to hold? And here it goes. And why is that? Well, it's 1 o'clock, 1:17. So sometimes what we see is right, when the guys come back from lunch from Wall Street, you'll see kind of like a pump, right? I kind of call it like a pump and dump. So you'll see a pump in a direction and then it will go in the opposite direction. So that's sometimes, right? That's just based off of nuances of trading every day and watching price action at this time period. So what you want to do is just be cognizant of your profit targets. And anybody in this trade right now, by the way? Got a deep trail stop to match the pullbacks. Excellent, Jimbo. Nice. So you could see how long that took on a 5-minute chart. Could you imagine if you were on a 1 minute just trying to scalp all these little tiny candles? That's how most traders become broke. So a lot of people will, even if they have the pocketbook to match, they can trade a 15-minute candle, right? Because you have to be able to handle that candle size as far as price is concerned. So thinking about that, I guess, as you get more experienced, if you're just coming off of a 1 or 2 or 3 candle, this 5-minute, may be able to help you achieve better results. But of course, it's really about a trending day. So, oftentimes I say that the market's only trending 25% of the time. Well, if that's the case, then what is the market doing? It's chopping you up, taking your money. If you're not using spread trading, that's what we do a lot anyway, at least for a lot of our swings. So just think about that. So let's see what Wall Street does at 1:30. I almost feel like sometimes, they have their computers like programmed. So like right at like 1:15, you get this little surge, and then 1:30 hits, and then boom, So that's how I feel now. Of course, those are my prejudices sometimes, but we have a lot of gaps that like to be filled. So we'll see if price can get strong enough to start filling some of those gaps above. If you have any questions, just let me know. So what did Wall Street do? Kind of a little pump and dump. Not really. It's like they came back and now they're driving price lower. So let's see if we remember the first line of defense is always the mean, which is the 20. So if we break below that 20 EMA, that's in blue, then we're going to be looking basically at this low right here, which is at 446.24. And I believe we'll see if they hit that. You can actually, if you, in your mind's eye, remove the indicator, you can kind of see that, still in this range. It's a higher range than it was before, but still in a range. And that consolidation could lead to two things. It could lead to a breakout or a breakdown. So a good thing to do after lunch is to kind of like identify the high during the lunch hour, basically, and then the low of that lunch hour. And then if we break above or below that time period, that would, indicate a trend. There's this training I did on volume one time, and one of it, I don't practice it very often, but one of the items is for the periods of time that you're trading, like the first 30 minutes of the morning, identify your biggest volume candle, and then identify that candle that goes with it, and mark the high and the low of that candle. And you could use that as your breakout range. Anything above it is your breakout. Anything below it is your breakdown level. I always thought that was actually interesting, because as I often look at charts and in other things, I often see that is the case. And so there's typically a morning breakout volume bar, and then a lunchtime breakout or breakdown volume bar. It's usually, you typically are looking for the highest volume bar. And then towards power hour. So we could use today as an example, just since I'm just talking about things. So let's take the highest volume bar for lunchtime. That would be this one right here. That one right there. So you have a high here of about 447.45, let's just say. Remember, these are always zones. Doesn't have to be exact. And then right here, is 446.93. And I'm looking at that green candle. So 446.91, thereabouts. Let's put it at 446.90. So if you were to draw a line on those two identifiers for levels, so if you get a break above that level, it's a breakout, a breakdown below that level, it's a breakdown. And the only time that changes is if you have a higher volume bar than this one right here. So I don't know if anyone has gone to any volume classes, volume trading classes, but for what it's worth, let's take a look at that and discuss it a little bit. You have any questions? Let's experiment with that. So in the process of making a video on this, really just about option flow and trader tools. In fact, I just did an article for Benzinga as well. And I think what's important to note here is you know, I was just looking for a breakout or a breakdown, right, in our option flow tools. And we use Trady Ticks. It's part of, you know, our subscription package on some of the plans. And I found, I was just looking for something like, you know, when everything is going sideways and there's just like really nothing out there, it's so easy just to go over to our tools and take a look at the breakout breakdowns. And I saw Fastly with a breakout. And even though I believe that the breakout was something like 19 something, let me go over, give you the details. The deeds. Hold on. The funny thing is, you know, sometimes most of the time I just kind of pick something and put it on, especially when I haven't traded very much, because it's like, well, I want to do something. So let's see on this one, another great example, because whenever I do it, I should let you know before I do it. I think I'll do that next time. So let's see, I identified it here. Let's see, bullseye. No, it wasn't a bullseye, it was a breakout alert. I've been using those lately because of the range market. So what I was looking for was, well, is there anything breaking out? Like, you know, can someone give me a hand? So what's nice about the breakout is it said Fastly was breaking out and it broke above 1989. So for those of you that have the channel, it's the breakout alert. I identified those like with a red dot so that you could easily identify in your channel selection. So now, surprisingly enough, you know, it was up like 25%. So, you know, just a great, what was that, 1984 Fastly. Is that 21, 1984, 21, 21? I mean, you know, just real simple. Put a trail stop on that, let that go. You know, just, you know, a couple different ideas to be able to, I guess, capitalize when nothing's really moving and you're just sitting here looking at the screen. 20, 25% is better than nothing. So just something to take into consideration for those of you that have the tools. Trader tools, by the way, are important. I don't know about you guys, but you know, when I originally started trading, I was working full time, and so I didn't need trader tools. Like I would do all the research myself, and you know, basically spend my entire weekend for the next 2 weeks ahead to plan out my credit spread trades. And what I, you know, found interesting is when you trade full time or you trade a lot more, even swings, I mean, you know, you can stay up until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning doing your research. So having those trader tools, you know, is a real plus. And if you're DIY, I totally get it. I love that. But, you know, option flow data, and what that includes with its machine learning capabilities could really give you a shortcut so where you don't have to analyze and think as much. And again, because I'm a big analyze and researcher person, you know, I could just go down the rabbit hole at any time. And so having quick available information that's already provided is awesome. And when I started the Discord, I was doing all the watch lists and all the analysis and all of that every day until until I think I almost had a breakdown. And so it's nice to be able now to hire teams of people that do this analysis. And so now we have a weekly watch list that has charts and simple language to show you where the levels are so that you could automate your trades for swing trades, as an example. Free daily, I give this free daily watch list. Most Discords, they charge you for that. I give that out so that you could utilize that to help you as well, cut down, your analysis time. And so these types of tools, as you start to become more experienced, you will find them to be, I feel, invaluable. These are the tools that I use as a personal trader. That's why I offer them to everyone. So Traditix, I think, is the easiest option flow data tool out there. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of them out there. I've probably tried every single one. But when the tool becomes too time intensive or too noisy or too distracting, I'm that type of trader that I just can't trade that way. So I just want it simple, easy to locate to get in. And so I find that to be a really good tool. And now I should have an affiliate link. I probably do somewhere, but I don't really do all that type of stuff. So Traditix is actually, I think, one of the easiest ones, and we offer that here as well. And then, Gamma is a really great tool. We also have Magic 8, which is an SPX prediction tool. And so these types of tools, create strategies sometimes when there's nothing to do. So I guess that's a great example of, well, shoot, SPY and the Qs are not doing anything. Well, let me see what my tools offer me. And my tools offer me 25% on Fastly. Great, I'll take it. If I'm in the mood, as an example, because I am a trader I do want to do some day trades. I love zero DTE SPX trades. I love butterflies. I love to do all that stuff. So I'm not just like one type of trader. I try to look at the environment and then create trades based on what the environment's giving me. So I hope you can have a sense of that and find some tools that actually work for you. You don't need a whole bunch of them, just a couple good ones. I better get better with TradingView. So as you can see, what I did was just basically make that trend line, right? Because we were talking about this volume candle. So I basically made this trend line as your breakdown level. Isn't it interesting that the 21 is literally right there? So, and then this is your breakout level based on that candle, unless there's another candle that is bigger than that candle that pops up, that's going to be your range that your breakout range, your opening range breakout, so to speak. Let's see if I can make this a little, should have picked a different color, but it's okay next time. It's weird how the barbells just kind of stay there, doesn't it? There we go. And for those of you that weren't here to hear this lesson, so if any of you have done any concentration on volume bars and trading, then one of the tips for volume is that there are different times of the day that people are trading, and so the first 30 minutes is typically a big identifier, and then you have, of course, lunchtime. And so you take these blocks basically, and then you have the afternoon session after 1:30. And what you do is you take these blocks and you identify, as an example, for the first 30 minutes of the day, what is the biggest candle? You take whatever the largest candle is, and you look at, excuse me, you take the biggest volume bar. You identify the candle of that volume bar, and you mark the high and the low of that candle. And that basically is your range for, trading. And you're really looking for a bar that actually exceeds the bar that you have made your high and low from. And so somewhat interesting, if nothing else, just take the information and then use it. I don't use it actively when I trade, but I know that a lot of people like to do volume studies. And so if you're one of those people, analyze that as you're trading and see if that can help you identify when you're in a range and when you're breaking out of that range. Looks like we may be here soon, but as you can see, they are zones, and you always want to wait until the 5-minute candle closes. And the reason is because as you can see, these candles, this one closes, then this one opens right on the line, and then this one's in it during that time period, and then it closes, and the next candle is up here. So you always want to let the 5-minute candle close before you make your analysis to enter or exit a trade. And so let's see now, because great, this is a good little lesson. Don't you just love these real-time lessons? just wanted to show you something. When we look at the cues here, and we go back to lunchtime. So lunchtime to 1 o'clock, the biggest candles here. So let me see if I can do this right. It's actually this candle. Wow, that's technically speaking, right before lunch, you could have used one of these candles to give you a high or a low. Do you see this right here? And look at that. I mean, it just kind of works really well with the indicator as far as entry points, doesn't it? Amazing. Something interesting, to note. And look at that nice breakout. That's nice. Now I have to take a look at ThinkorSwim, and the reason is Fastly looks great, by the way. Trading Views candles are so pretty, but not on ThinkorSwim. So sometimes those candles get me excited, but maybe I should get excited. I don't know. So it looks like we're moving up towards the gap though, guys. If you don't have a gap finder, you might want to get one. So that gap is right at 448.16, and it goes all the way to 450, which, by the way, is our resistance area. So stand by to stand by. This might be a good little play right here. Now just remember that 448.16 is going to act for SPY as resistance, because that's the beginning of the gap. So let's see here. We are in play. It is 2:19. So it's actually a little earlier than power hour. Might get some action. And I have to tell you, like, Trading Views candles just look way too pretty. I'm going to try to make them look less attractive. That's funny. I don't want you to get too excited, because I was getting excited. Then I look at my ThinkorSwim candles, and they look like they're babies. There we go. Maybe that's better representation. real-time training, real-time training right here. You see how this volume bar now is bigger than the one that we discussed here. So this candle now would be your little identifier, okay? So you got right there to basically right to the bottom of that. You can't make this stuff up, guys. Like right there to right there. So let me just try, you know how good I am with trading view. Hold on, let me see if I can make this almost kind of lines up with our ATR, doesn't it? It's funny how all those things come into confluence together. There we go. And then let me now look at this volume bar right here. We're going to do the same thing. Do you think an old dog can learn new tricks? Oh, geez. Have I told you that this is not financial advice, that this is all purely entertainment at this point? Hold on here. There we go. So what are we doing here, guys? We're just identifying that high volume bar, and we're making that same volume bar's candle the new range that we're looking at for the afternoon. If it breaks above that, it's bullish, and if it breaks below it, it could be bearish here. Okay, so since we discussed it live, and for those of you that don't know, I am a ThinkorSwim expert and apparently a novice at TradingView. Such a silly little tool. I don't know why it won't you know, get off the screen like that, but it's a little crooked, but you get what I'm saying. Hopefully that's a good visual for you, just to identify what we're talking about in regards to the volume bar. Try to sound professional here now. Yeah, see, that AR is just telling me about Fastly. Thanks for the backup. Wow, you did some research. Interesting, since I didn't do any research and I just looked at our tools and, you know, was able to capitalize on a trade. So sometimes it's nice to be able just to do that, just to have the opportunity. Amazing how it's just staying right on that support and resistance level that we created based on volume, on the highest volume. So let's see here. So as far as those of you that are on YouTube, just letting you know that I'm going to be signing off here. Hope you were able to learn some stuff. If you come over to our free Discord, you can watch the live stream real time without a delay. Remember that there is a delay on YouTube. So be cognizant of that. And we will hopefully see you soon. We live stream every day. Talk about different types of lessons learned in regards to using automation, as well as cutting out the noise using a 5-minute chart, identifying a trend. What does that mean when you're trading? And then using SPY and QQQ to match each other's signals to get a better entry, as well as the volume that's needed to push those calls and puts into profit. Bye, guys. Have a great day.